It's another Monday. Where were we? Fuel sequence broken. Gravity blast doesn't despawn. Gravity blast pushes targets differently from the preview. Right. I actually don't really know why it doesn't despawn. And I actually don't know if Cyrus Case despawns either. We can test that, I think. Perhaps. Because I'm not sure, I might have an empty frame as the final frame. And in that case, I might have been just lying to myself this whole time. And they actually don't despawn. But we can also see it in the system. I think. I think that one gets deleted. It doesn't. Here we have the element list. We have several elements here. It's not getting deleted. It's being removed from the object list. I mean, it's what? It's in the object list, yet it's supposed to get destroyed. Does it simply not destroy? There's nothing in the log, so I guess destroy doesn't run. Here, the action is supposed to count as has ended. It does base end behavior. As ended equals true. Oh, I'm a bit sniffly today. Is it the back? Yeah, it's the back. I don't feel like it... I feel like it makes sense here that it's not working, but I don't feel like it makes sense otherwise. Because here we're doing end behavior, but I actually need to say something like... doesn't have access to its effect. Here. Source object, base object. But the effect, that's not the effect. That's the original source. Effect object list. That's unused. Stored base object, stored source object. I don't like this. And then we can try doing something like this. Instead of this being temp effect, we then say stored source effect. And then here on end we can say stored source effect dot effect object list 1 dot as something like that. Then we do that, and then here I'm gonna say on end behavior, we are going to say source effect equals null. Hello, Kib. And then we go... Yeah, I think this is the thing here. Gravity Blast has 2 parts. So I need to actually disable the second one too. Let's see. Let's see if we can fix it here. So this should be stored source effect. And here I'm really close to getting the pushing stuff working, so once I get that in a viewable state, we'll do it. But that could be next week, because it's really quite close. Yeah, I'll let you know. It pretty much works now. It's just I need to fix some bugs with it today. And also I broke another part of it that needs to be fixed. But I think it should be simple, hopefully. Maybe. Okay, let's see if that fixes this issue. Now it should run. It should say delete something. Oh, crash. Destroyed placeholder back as requested by LOT effect. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. And why is this running? Destroy OS. I don't mind the noise, how's it going? Determined starting dev here, just checking streamers and good practices. That's fair. That's fair. Is this Chrono Trigger? Yeah. Actually, I have that. No, where is it? There. Yeah, I got some old school soundtracks I listen to because they're not too intrusive. Why? Doesn't this work? End behavior. Action module has ended. End behavior. That has ended. Actually, let's do current action dot end behavior. User game controller. Can I ask you something, since I see you're working on an isometric game? I'm trying to do a 2.5 isometric RPG with slight platforming. Do I use a tile map to set up my 2D isometric cubes and put a collider on them? I'd say it really depends. Do you intend to have cubes? Like actual cubes? Do you intend to have 3D space? Since you do say that you have platforming. Because then you can do what I'm doing. Do this sprite with fake depth? Yeah. It's a little difficult. But basically it's a little broken right now. For whatever reason, it's like counting her as being in a different place than she is. I don't know why it's doing this. It's so weird. But I'm actually just using 3D. So my world is just 3-dimensional, like it's Minecraft or something. So you can walk inside behind buildings. And the buildings actually physically exist. But it's not so easy to make this. So Where is it? Like here you can see my buildings here. They actually exist as physical objects, so I have like shadow casting that actually reacts to the... this is a voxel engine. And whatnot. So that's how I do it. Because then you can just use the voxel data. Like it's just a 3-dimensional array of tiles. And then you can just collide in them in the same way you collide with tiles normally. It's just in 3D now. Right. So that's one way to do it. But if you want to do it, if you want to have 3D, then it's like super easy. You just do it in 3D. So no, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. If you want to have 3D, then like the 3D world, then it just needs to be 3D. It's that simple. And if you want to do that, then you can just use... either you make it yourself, or you just use Unity or Unreal and just use physics colliders for everything. That's like the easiest approach, I think. And that way, like, you can just have jumping and everything. It doesn't really matter. Because the jumping becomes a problem when you try to have a pure 2D engine, right? Like, because then you have to fake it. You have to create, like, weird places where you can, like, jump and stand on something that's, like, higher, but it's, like, not actually higher, and... yeah. I don't really understand what's happening here. It's hard for me to wrap my head around placing 2D sprites and that aren't actually 3D models and using colliders so my character sprite understands them as platforms. Well, your 2D sprite is actually a 3D model. That's the first thing you need to understand. Because the only difference between a sprite and a 3D model is that a 3D model consists of a bunch of triangles, but your 2D sprite consists of 2 triangles. Right, so it's still like a square, but that square consists of 2 triangles. So that's a 3D model, and then all you really have to do is just place it somewhere. And as long as the quad doesn't like clip into things strangely, then it'll work. And even so, you can probably do some tricks with like the rendering order to make sure like it doesn't really clip into terrain, but it can be a little tricky, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. And even so, sprites clipping into terrain a little bit is probably gonna be a little bit inevitable, potentially, but I think it's a minor issue that you can probably solve. So you got yourself a tile map custom editor / tool. Would you advise on spending time to make one to design different levels? If you have to. Otherwise, probably not. If you're doing 3D, then like it's not a tile, like it's not tile map anymore, right? And then you need to make your worlds and maps in a different manner. And for that, there are lots of other tools. Like you can just use Blender or something to make scenes. Or just use like Unity or Unreal's built-in editors. Right. It's actually like harder to make 2D games in some manner or in some ways because there aren't really a lot of tools around to do exactly what you want. Like Unity has built-in tile mapping, but it sucks ass. It's horrendous. And using something like tiled has very, like that, it works, but it has a very specific use case. Like you can only make a one map, and then that map gets converted into like a 3D object in Unity, and then it's just like static and stuck like that. You can't really do much with it after that. So that's why I've made a custom editor, so I can actually do what I want. Because my engine, like, is pretty unique. There aren't a lot of games that do it the way I do. Because my game is actually a voxel game, so I've made a voxel editor for being able to build buildings that you can walk into and stuff. Tried to learn Unity to use some isometric cubes and a character to walk around in a plane and maybe jump on those 2D sprite cubes. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, give it a go, but also remember the distinction that they don't have to be 2D. Like, just because you have the visibility of 2D doesn't mean that they have to be 2D. It can literally, like, you can have a 2D box, but it has a 3D collider, and then you jump on it in 3D, and you stand on it in 3D. But the visuals of the actual cube and the actual character is just a 2D like visualization with just a quad. So like the actual collision logic and the visuals don't have to match. So you can make a pure 3D game, you just change some of it to be visualized as 2D sprites. But it's still like, it's still the same kind of object, it's just... Because all objects, nevertheless, in Unity have a transform. It's got X, Y, Z. And you can just put like a capsule collider on it if you want to use Unity's built-in systems. And just use their... you just use a capsule collider, and then you use the force system to move your units around with the physics engine. And then it mostly handles it for you. The only issue with that is it can create issues with like pixel... like if you want things to be pixel perfect, but if you're already combining 2D and 3D, it's probably never gonna be truly pixel perfect, so... On this isometric 2.5, do I use a Collider 3D box for it to work? Yeah. Exactly. I mean, again, it really depends on exactly, but if you want it to be like Breath of Fire 3, for example, then yes, absolutely 3D colliders. And yeah, the AI might just... Like, it depends on how you ask the question as well, but it's not always right, so. Because if you ask it like specifically about 2D and stuff, and you're kind of confusing a little bit how 2D works and how sprites work, then the AI will be confused too. Because again, 2D isn't actually 2D, it's 3D. It's just rendered on a quad, which is a 3D object. I donate, but I'm between jobs. That's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy. And then it's figuring out like what to do with you in Unity to not make it run like shit. Like not using .find and not using .get component to an extreme amount all the time, because then it'll run pretty poorly. Otherwise, it's mostly fine. My workflow, I see bug, I kill. And I do thing until it works. I don't know. But if you mean the actual, like, the tile editor right now, it's not really done. So it doesn't work that great. It just kind of works well enough for me to make levels a little bit, but I haven't really gotten to making levels. I'm still working on the systems. But for me, basically, it's kind of complicated. All of the tiles need to be different types. Like, I have ground, floor, roof, horizontal wall, vertical wall, door, gate, roof edge, all kinds of things. I also have tile type from tileset.json, so I have like a file that has preset what these work, right? Or like what they are. So if I just use the pen and I place this counts as a floor. And then here I have a wall, but I have to switch it to vertical placement so that it gets placed correctly. And then we can place a wall here. Kinda. And then we have a roof. You can slap a roof on it. But now the roof is higher up. We also have to switch back to horizontal placement. And we have to scroll up there so we can place the roof on top. This is all placeholder shit. And then here we have a door, which needs to be vertical. And it needs to be on tile layer 2 because that's like an effect layer. Then we can place a door there. Actually, I have an undo button. I think this might need to be set to door. It didn't work, but that's kind of what I mean. This is supposed to work here, but I don't know why it didn't. Because this door works, so why doesn't this door work? I'm not sure. But right now, yeah. I don't know. Right now, I'm just trying to make spellcasting work properly. Because it's got some bugs going on. It's not properly despawning the spell. This is Cyrus Gaze, Gravity Blast. let's see, current action dot end behavior, user, main controller. Let's try that. Let's see, there's something else. Where is it? It's play effect here. Right. So here we have to say if effect object list I dot action module dot has ended, then we continue. I think that's probably what the problem was. Slated for deletion. Destroy effect. What am I doing here? The play effect. Yeah, this is the problem. Because here, when the action has ended, I try to destroy the effect, or I try to destroy the object. But what I actually want to do is I just want it to be listed as has ended, so that we can set the effect to be slated for deletion. So we can then just go back here and then just do destroy effect and just destroy everything. Because then that goes through the effect object list and does destroy OS. Does this... Effects to delete. Active effects. And then it's removed. It removes itself. Oh. think this might work. Let's try it. Fresh. Jesus Christ. Why does this not work? So weird. Because this doesn't actually have check if ended. Oh. It is actually doing that. So strange. So I don't have to control that. But here where we are, I am doing end behavior. Is this set to loop or some shit? Loop false. And then Cyrus Gaze as well. Shouldn't do anything there. And that means that this actually does have to handle itself. Check if ended. Gravity Blast. It doesn't get deleted. Why? Because the effect is empty, but the object is still there. Okay, I have to. I think we have to check with a breakpoint. This is ridiculous. If is enabled or slated for deletion, then we return. destroy effect. Effect object list. I destroy OS. See, that's what's so strange, because deleted effect Cyrus Gaze. Destroyed placeholder front as requested by LOT effect. Huh? Oh! I see. Makes sense. So basically what's been happening here is I have this base like play effect function here, but I'm actually overriding it in the effect itself, and then the effect here is just wrong. Oh, how should I handle that? Ooh. I think here. This should say base dot play effect. Because I do need to be able to override the base effect function here. Because what this is doing is it's just playing the action. That's all it's doing. It's just updating the objects that belong to the effect. So if an effect has to spawn like multiple objects in order to create the animation fully, because an animation might have like a front and a back component so that it can wrap a character properly. The effect is meant to handle that. It's meant to handle like positioning and relative positioning and stuff like that. But it also needs to handle when to spawn things. Like when do we spawn certain effects? And then those effects should just play after that fact. But that, like I said, that does mean that I need to... We need to override the base, and we need to do some stuff here, right? So here we have effect stage equals 0. This is basically like the startup period. And then we have a current time index is greater than 10. And that means that after 10 frames, we spawn the object and we start the effect, which sets the effect to enabled. Which... a little bit weird, because here it says is enabled, and then here we have is enabled equals true. So what, is it not enabled before that? No, I think that's just so you can enable it from outside of here as well. But the important thing here is that it actually enables the effects. But I don't think I really want to do that. Either way, it doesn't make sense. Because it's enabling itself and it's enabling every object, but the objects are actually created here. Like, it's created after starting. So let's get rid of that. And clearly they spawn as enabled, which is fine. That's kind of how I wanted it to be, I think. So we don't need that. And this was Gravity Blast. Let's try using it again then. Oh, I really don't like that this happens. It scares the shit out of me. Oh, why? Why does it happen? The uh in editor mode, the reticle for placing tiles, it begins to blink between all of the colors, and I don't know why. I know that my shader does need some rework because it's kind of busted, I think. I think it's probably using like infinity more registers than it should. In fact, the game should probably run at like 1000 FPS here. At least. There's no reason why it should run as poorly as it's doing right now. And I think that just has to do with register overload. But that's just gonna be like changing where the variables are stored and handled. A bit, but I am using a lot of loops, so it's a little... But that's a later date. Once I get the combat prototype working, I will go back to the renderer and rework some things, because there it needs some additional features, and it needs to be... Some things need to be fixed up that just don't work properly. But that's later. No, let's use... Oh, actually, she does have Gravity Blast, doesn't she? Yeah. No error, but it's still not being deleted. Why? Huh? Let's see, actually. What is the action doing? Gravity Blast, spell. Invoke. No. Should be all good. So here we're adding it to effect object list. We're adding it to object list. combat sequence objects. And then here, if the effect is slated for deletion, we do destroy effect. It gets removed from the object it's targeting, if it is targeting an object. We run destroy OS. Which removes the objects from object list, combat sequence objects. And then we clear the effect object list. And then if combat sequence effects contain this, then we remove this. If active effect lists contains this, then we remove this. Active effects. Then we clear the effect list. All right, let's try again. Let's see, is it still listed in the system? Yes. Is it still there? Object, look, how can I delete it any more than I am? I'm not so sure. This is used? But this doesn't matter. Alright, we're doing this. Run. So weird. So now here, effects to delete. Effect object list, destroy OS. Removed from the object list. Huh? What just happened? Look, it went over the object list. And it did remove this, but it didn't get removed. Am I adding like multiple? Huh? What just happened? So confused. Effects to delete. Effects to delete. Destroy effect. Destroy OS. So here we have an object count of 7. Now we have 6. Let's do this again. I think I might be adding the effect twice or something. Because it is removing itself, but it's also still there. So weird. What is happening? Also, the shader is just committing Sudoku right now. Destroy effect. Destroy OS. Yeah, if you look. This is Aya. Gravity Blast front. Gravity Blast front. Bearman. Yeah. Okay. So, where is this happening? We've got the spell. In the spell, we have an effect func list where we was it this? We create an object there. And here we create an object as well. Yeah. Okay. Do not create the object there. Okay. I think I'm actually gonna write some comments here. Oh, no, now it doesn't work. Oh, boy. So where do we run that? Yeah. Let's just remove this. So I know what happened here. In the beginning, I was trying to make it so that the effect would like generate the objects ahead of time, and then when they were needed, I would tell them to play. Which I think might be better, but we'll see. But now what I'm doing instead is that I'm just creating the object when it's needed. The issue with that is it could potentially lead to a hitch when loading from disk is involved. And therefore, I think that's probably a bad idea. But I also think that maybe it shouldn't be loaded from disk at that point. I think pretty much every resource that a character can use should be loaded when that character is loaded. Perhaps. Because it's not that much data, like, it's just some textures. It's just a 2D game at the end of the day. But loading, like, directly loading from disk, I think, is probably bad. Demand. But I was concerned with stuff like that, and I wanted the ability to start an effect later, like spawn it and then start it and stuff like that. And I still could. Honestly, I kind of don't see why not. Like, as long as we just do that. Then it shouldn't run. Then here, instead of create object, we can just say effect object list 0 dot is enabled equals true. Huh? Oh, right. No. There. This is creating a list. No. And here, should it be added to the combat sequence already here? I think yes. In which case we don't do that. All we should need to do then is enable it. This shouldn't need to happen here either. That's happening here. All right, let's try that. Okay, that works. So it behaved strangely. Now it's like not rendering properly. Even though it should be It's because I'm not doing this. The object needs to be in a list I called combat sequence objects and effects. Because otherwise they're gonna get dimmed when combat starts. There. Oh. Okay. I think we have fixed that. Now I just need to change Cyrus Gaze to work the same, and then we can figure out why the push from Gravity Blast is incorrect. Here there for a second. I thought I was gonna. Oh. I'm gonna make some green tea. I need some tea, otherwise I'd start losing focus because I'm thinking about candy or something. Oh! Alright. We need to fix... It's a little complicated. It is a little too complicated, I think. Like, some of this could be... I don't know. It always feels a lot easier than it is, because there's so many things that you need. in order for it to actually work and flow. Because, like, if I use a spell on an object, how do we actually tell that the system should be paused while this is playing out? Like, it's not that easy. I can make like a trigger. You start the spell, and then at the end of the spell, it plays again. It could work like that, but it could also be that the spell is more dynamic and it can like occur while other things are occurring. Like, what if there's an object in the middle of the field or something that's doing something, and what if you have two objects interacting with each other? When is that like over? So that's what I'm trying to do here with a list, that as long as something is in the combat sequence lists, we are actually playing a combat sequence. And once the lists are empty, the sequence can then, or the combat can then progress to the next stage. But this also means that everything has to be added and removed properly from the lists, which can be a little annoying, because like where am I adding, where am I removing? It spaghettifies it quite a bit to some degree. But hello, Elgart. My code right now is quite spaghettied, to be perfectly honest, but I feel like that's kind of inevitable until you refactor everything. Yeah, of course it can be adjusted later. It's just a matter of like reworking some things, but that takes time. But that's normal. Like, building code and then removing and restructuring it is like the norm for how you program, I would say. Being like a good programmer is a lot about knowing how to structure things in a way where you don't have to do it that much. And yeah, that's what refactoring it is. Refactoring is basically you go back through the code and rebuild it in a better way. It's super normal. Like, you don't really ever use like the first version. Yeah, you can see it as like a sketch and then an ink. That's not too far off, to be honest. kind of starting to see why the famous Yandere dev never got it properly. Well, honestly, most of those things are kind of overblown. But it's this kind of thing where when you as a person become a meme for other reasons, then like everything you do gets shit on. Like a lot of I've looked at it a bit, and same thing with like PirateSoft. Like a lot of their code is kind of ass, but it doesn't really matter that much. It works anyway, and a lot of the things that people do shit on is kind of like it doesn't really matter. Like I saw someone talking about how he was using integers like a 0 and 1 instead of booleans in certain places, and that's the kind of thing that you're like nitpicking about, really. Like it's not that big of a deal. At the end of the day, the reality is, as long as it works, then it works, right? But if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work as well. And a little bit of spearmint. The reality is a lot of programmers are, no matter how this sounds, a lot of programmers are extremely autistic, and like, it's just a reality of the field. And a lot of people who are experienced programmers, especially people who went to school for it, they have very, very strict ways of how you should program. And if you're not doing it that way, you're doing it wrong. If you're writing it in a, like if you're using the wrong formatting, it's wrong, it's bad. Like I had a guy comment on my video that this was the worst code he's ever seen. And I was like okay. And they're right within a certain context, and that context is if you're working in like a big team, then having the correct way of doing things, correct way of formatting things and stuff like that is imperative. Like it doesn't work if you don't, so you have to follow whatever standards and rules that the team demands, right? And that becomes easier if everyone in the entire field uses more or less the same rules for doing things. So like they're right, but they apply that to like a solo developer, and that's like whatever. Like who cares? Almost got everything I need. A little bit of lemon, ho ho. But alright, so this now works So this is Gravity Blast. Let's then go to Cyrus Gaze. And we then go through it a bit here. This should be like this. Effect name, this should say Gravity Blast. Oh, John, how's it going? Got myself a haircut? Yeah, like 2 weeks ago. This, I think, is unnecessary. Entity data list. We want this here. Except this also needs that. Something like that. Entity data list. Weekend is here. Yeah, that's true. Unless you have to work the entire weekend, of course. Managed to do some decent reflexive latex stockings. Sounds good, bro. Ranting about VTM lore on Kib's stream got me itching for something that actually embodies it. Fair enough. Are you a VTM lore enthusiast? We want to remove that. I'm already doing this, right? Yeah. I want to go down to dim and Q. No, we're That's wrong. Already doing that up here. I know a good chunk of what's in the 20 rulebook. I'd love a game that would let me roleplay building a cult of ghouls and some such. I don't have much of an emotional reaction to any of the above, but fair enough. This needs to look like that. And then we need to go in here. But now this is actually, this should be like this again. This should be start effect. And this should all be removed. And then here, effect stage. This is base.play effect. This should all be commented. And then this should say else. That. Okay, that should work. Oh. Destroyed placeholder front, destroyed placeholder back. Okay. Oh. Okay, it's broken. It's not properly removing everything from the combat sequence. Destroy OS. Combat sequence objects. Remove. Alright, let's just test again, see what actually is happening here. So we're gonna shoot it. Oh, you can't shoot it there. Back to normal stream title? Has it been different? Yeah, no, I've been on. A little stressful for a bit, but nothing too big. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I mean, I've been streaming another project too, a bit. That I'm working on this side a bit. Instead of playing video games. Alright, let's just toss this here. Does damage, and then it's destroyed, and then combat never progresses. Maybe he is added to the combat sequence, but never removed. That's what I'm thinking. Combat sequence objects 3. Huh? As I recall, keeps telling us how proud you were of adding ray tracing to the shaders, so I made the connection. Yeah, no. I mean, it's the same technology. I use the same method, kind of, to render both projects. So I'm learning things there that's relevant here too. I know I need to go back and change some things in this rendering pipeline because I've run into issues in the other project, so. But it's nothing too big. Like, it works, and it's just a matter of, like, changing some things to make it just run better, because the way I'm doing it is just causing, like, a clog in the pipeline a bit. But yeah, somehow... Combat sequence objects. Effect database. What are we doing? What are we doing? Right. Combat sequence objects. Add that. Combat sequence object. Add effect object list. I. What about in here? Recheck AoE targets, right? Targeted objects dot add. So it could be in the spell itself. Let's see. Gonna be drawing? Sounds good, man. The reality is, I'm a little different from you guys when it comes to art. I don't particularly like doing art. Like, you guys draw because you enjoy drawing, right? I enjoy drawing if I have a reason to draw, right? That's how it works for me. Because I'm first and foremost a game developer. So if I have a reason to draw, I enjoy drawing. But I don't really enjoy drawing for drawing's sake. That's why I don't really do pixel art on stream much, because it's not really relevant right now. So when I'm actually at like a stage where I feel like it is relevant, then I will do it. And then there are going to be a lot more art streams instead of programming streams for quite a while, because there's a lot of art needed. I've been trying to like do a little bit more like art just for the sake of it, but I usually don't really get to it. Right now I'm just trying to do that with programming instead, and there's just not time for both. I'm confused. So here we recheck AoE targets. When is the target added? It could be when it takes damage. That's... Does that actually add it? No, it's in action module. No, it's in combat module. There. Apply damage. Is it in the flinch action? No. Let's just do it this way. Combat sequence objects. Find all references. Combat phase, add current unit. And then we add current unit.target list. think this is bad. Oh, it's so tedious. Cause he Ooh. Because this is where we enter the sequence. Because the combat consists of a bunch of different phases. There's a lot of phases to combat. And in this phase, it's called action initialization. That's where we enter that once, and we set variables and like decide which path to go based on what kind of action we are trying to execute. And if it's a spell, it's handled in a certain way. If it's a direct attack, it is handled in another way. But then here, I'm adding all the current targets to the combat sequence objects list, which is wrong, because if it's a spell, then they shouldn't be added to the combat sequence until the spell executes, because when the spell executes, it has to re-target. Because if the spell takes like 5 seconds to execute, and in between or during that time, one of the objects moves out, then he can't be counted as being in the sequence anymore, right? So this has to be moved to here. Combat sequence objects. This shouldn't even be done there. It should be done here only, I think. Because the casting phase is different. The casting phase, all that does is that it's basically end turn. It moves the action from the main controller, from the system, because that's where it's stored before it's actually told, like a character is actually set to execute it. And then it's stored in the character as a spell, like spell to cast. And then on its next turn, we then just read what it's trying to cast, and then we execute that. And that's when the spell has to reacquire targets and stuff like that. So here, all of this combat sequence objects, all of this should only happen here if it's a direct action. And this is, I've been a little bit torn how to do it, because like where do I store targets? Do I just have targets in the main system? That's really easy. I just put them in the main controller in a list of targets, and then I just execute the action and they just take damage, right? But then the issue becomes, what if it's a delayed action like a spell? Then it needs to be stored in the object that's executing it, right? But then the question is, should it be stored in the object itself, or should it be stored in the action itself? And there it's a little bit, there are more details there. So if I store it in the object, then we can just read it from the object, and then we just kind of handle it there centrally, and it's fine. But then what about what if there's like a spell that's like more autonomous? like a tornado or something. Though I think that would be an object. Like that would be counted as a unit, kind of. Uh, so I've been, and this is why things can be a little hard, because you have to think ahead so much, and think of like what are the possible scenarios where this might be have to be in a certain way. And therefore, I do need some Ds. Thank you, bro. You know, I've been meaning to do something with those for like 10 years now, but I forget about them. Like 3 seconds after someone uses them, I forget about them, and then I'm like, I don't, it's just gone. I don't really know what to do about it, do with it either. Like just make it a pop-up, play a video on screen. I don't know if I want that. I don't know. Got the Ds. It's good enough. And then here we go into combat phase dual transition. And in dual transition, we do set dual animation. And when that is done, init dual scene just does some shit. We then get to action execution, and that's where we do set action. This is Action execution. If we go to triple stab, this then has an initialize. And here we have a set action. Set action by index. I'm so confused. Where do I actually set this ability? I know it is this, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is here. If spellcasting state equals 0, then we set this to action to trigger. And when we do that, well, here it doesn't really matter. So when we use a normal attack, the characters that are all involved, the user and the targets, they get added to the combat sequence when the duel sequence initiates. And the action, the attack itself, gets initiated when the duel sequence finishes, or the startup part where we move the characters in, and then the action triggers. And because all of the objects are already added, the action doesn't need to involve, like it doesn't need to keep track of or add any of the objects to the combat sequence. And that's fine. However, spells are different. Because spells don't use these duel sequence. The duel sequence is there for melee attacks, because otherwise the distance between characters won't make sense. And it's also to avoid reanimating everything 3 times. So the spells can just be cast, right? Like not entirely, but mostly. Some spells will need to use the dual sequence because they might simply have animations that won't work otherwise. Like if it's something you can like target diagonally, or it's gonna bounce between enemies or stuff like that, it might need to use the combat sequence, but it's kind of whatever. But because it doesn't use the dual sequence, the objects aren't added to the combat sequence list in the actual combat system. But rather, we're gonna have to add the targets to the combat sequence list in the spell. Though not necessarily either. Because when it comes to a spell, the spell is going to generate an effect. And the effect is like a container that contains all of the objects that need to be spawned and controlled for the effect to have like graphics and animations, because the graphics need to be attached to objects in order to play properly. And that means that it could be okay for the game to progress even if something like units are being affected or something, as long as the effect just handles when the game starts and stops. Fuck. I'm just thinking, like, that's fine for a spell that we just fire. But then how would a stationary spell work? Because that would also need to, like... But I think that would actually kind of be the same. Because if let's say we put like a fireball in the middle of the screen, and the fireball like pulses, then that pulse would just be an ability that it has, that it simply triggers at certain points. And then that ability playing would be what pauses the combat system as it plays, if that's what I want, and then does its thing. This is why this is so much harder than just writing like a graphics engine. In a way, like the logic is easier, but there are so many like points to connect and consider that it's like my brain is cooking. Okay, that's enough standing. Holy shit. Right. So, did we figure anything out? I think the only thing I have figured out is that what we need to do is we need to go here. See, here we are rechecking AoE targets. Here we have a list of targeted objects, which is right there. The targets get stored in the object or in the effect. And so that's what happens there. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for, oh man, my brain, I'm so, oh, targeted objects dot count. Like it's so taxing to do some of these things sometimes. Oh my god. Main controller dot combat sequence objects dot add targeted objects I dot target, but we have to say if main controller dot combat sequence objects dot contains targeted objects I dot target. It's false. The targets should actually only appear once in the list, but we can check it anyway. Then we want to add, because I'm actually acquiring targets multiple times. Like Cyrus Gaze right now, the way it works is that if your character takes up 4 spaces, on the battlefield, you're 2 times 2 wide. Then if you get hit on all 4, that's like a full hit. If you only get hit on 3, you take 75% of the damage and so on. So I'm storing the amount of times that a target has been hit here, but it's stored in a target struct that contains the target itself and like a counter for how many times it's been hit. That way it's not like repeated over and over in the list. That should be fine. And then we're adding that to the combat sequence objects. Wait, no, I just said that that's unnecessary, right? We don't need to do that. We don't need to add targets to the combat sequence list. Because the effect itself will control the flow of execution. And that's then how it's gonna work later. So I'm gonna need another list later that's gonna be called something like periodic effects. And those are gonna have to be checked whenever time passes. And then they need to execute. And when that happens, those effects will then add themselves to the combat sequence list while they are playing their little animation, whatever that might be, if necessary. Winter's coming. I have to change my tires on my truck for snow. Surprised you haven't already, since you're in Canada. We changed them like last week, I think. And it's already like really dangerous if you don't have winter tires. Like, we don't have snow yet, but it's like almost always 0 degrees. I have all-terrain in summer. Fair enough. Yeah, we don't use that here. For off-road. In what context are you off-roading with your car? And yeah, that makes more sense, yeah. I have 88 acres. Damn, bro. Forest? Or what kind of land? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get that. We have that too, but we don't ever like off-road because there are roads everywhere. The government literally pays you if you have forest and you make roads. The government literally pays you for doing that. Don't ask me why, but they do. I have a 2019 Toyota Tacoma. Yeah, that'll work. I have a 2012 uh, Vauxhall Meriva. No, it's not. It's not 2012. It's 2002. You're not off-roading with that thing. Small truck? Yeah, I just googled it. It doesn't look very small. Gotta go. All right, dude. See you around. Have a good day. Oh, my brain. Oh, shit. Actually, I need to chill for a second. I'm gonna open the window. But I think it's pretty much solved for now. At least this issue. We just need to make the effect handle the flow. Basically, the way it works is that every time we enter a phase, like action execution, for example, we then initialize whatever action we're doing. And then we add everything that's related. Everything that's targeted, everything that's executing to the combat sequence list. And then whenever the objects finish executing or they like return to the idle state that they're supposed to be in, when it counts as like being finished, they are then removed from the combat sequence. And then when the combat sequence is empty, we then rest to the next combat phase, which is gonna be like end of turn or transitioning back from the dual sequence and then end of turn. And then during end of turn as well, we do end of turn and then we do progress turn. And progress turn, during progress turn, I might need to make another sequence after that, because progress turn is meant to be just, that's where we get to the next character. That's where time flows. And in that sequence, that's where like, because right now it's, I already have like bleed effects and stuff like that that can execute. And all that is that in the progress turn sequence, I just check if any objects have any damage over time effects or if they have any time-based effects attached, right? And then I just feed in how much time is passing, and then they take like 4 seconds of bleed damage. And then we subtract 4 seconds from the duration. And that works just fine. But if there are more complex things that need to happen in that time period, like let's say there's a tornado, something, or let's say that there's like, you're standing on lava, then, well, standing on lava would probably just be the same, because then it would just be like a status effect that is on the character while you're standing there. But you might also have like a pulsing effect from some kind of spell, but that might be like a part of the combat sequence. So like if you have a flaming fireball that's pulsing with fire every like 3 seconds, that might actually be like an icon in the timeline that shows that it's there and that it's gonna do something. Jesus. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Alright. Can we do something? So we don't want this. And then here, the effect is... It gets slated for deletion. When all the objects have finished playing. I want a nullable float here. End time. And then I want to say... slated for deletion equals true. Then we're going to say if end time dot has value and effect current time greater than or equal to end time dot value, then no, this should be less than, then slated for deletion equals false. Because what I'm doing here is that every update, I'm trying to delete it, but then we check for things that make us not delete it. Instead of the other way around. And the reason I want this is because some abilities I might want to just end when all of the effects end. Some I might want a little bit of delay on. Especially right now when I'm using placeholders, just to make it feel a bit better. And this should say equals a null, so that we have a default null value, so we don't get any errors. What was I gonna do? I was gonna do something here. Right. Effect database. And then here... Okay, it has to take this everywhere, the same. Nah, let's not do it this way. Let's just make this a variable. Global. I actually have it here already. I'll be right back. Fine. Let's make that nullable. Wait, huh? I'm so confused. I can use a nullable float without dot value. So it's only like non-standard types that you need dot value on, while a float, it just kind of works. Okay, I guess. I mean, really? Yeah. I'm super confused. I feel like that shouldn't work. Yeah, okay. This is it, I think. Called a lifted operator. I'm just so confused because I've been using nullables for like months now, and this is the first time I've ever come into contact with the fact that you don't need to use dot value in certain scenarios. But hey, whatever, I guess. What am I even doing right now? Yeah, I got caught up in this. So we have end sequence time. And what I want to do is I want to go to the base play effect. We want to do that. And then here, this is where I think we need to handle looping. I think that's how effects are gonna stay alive. Barrier, for example. Here. Because barrier shouldn't be deleted. Yeah, no. It just needs to not have a spell sequence. End time. But that's just what's odd, because it does have one here. But I think the reason for that is so that yeah, this is so the sequence itself can end. Uh... I'm gonna have a boolean here. Public bool persistent. It's false. And then here in barrier, we're gonna say persistent equals true. And then in base play effect, no. This isn't for slated for deletion. I mean, it could be. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need the persistent thing. Because what's happening here is that the spell sequence end time just allows us to remove the effect from the combat sequence. And the barrier doesn't even really need to be added to the combat sequence effects either. No, that actually, the effect needs to be added, but none of the objects need to be added. And then here in the base effect, we're gonna say, hello more, code looks beautifully organized. Well, maybe if you ignore the gazillion comments. But thank you. Um... Yeah, I only just recently switched over to Git, but even with Git, like I just tend to use comments as like a way to back up code for a while in case I actually need to go back and reference it and see how things were before. And then that ends up being like infinity code. But my brain is completely cooked right now. Oh my god. What needs to happen here? Oh, I play chess. How's it going? Basically this, I want to add this to the base play effect. And it should just have to say, I think if effect stage 1 is okay. If effect current time is greater than spell sequence end time. Then we'll remove it. Yeah. That should work. And then this, we should just be able to get rid of. What am I doing here? Here I kind of want a float called like spell end delay equals 0. And the way that should work is as we play here, If this is more complicated than I thought. Add, what should we call this? Add end delay equals true. And then here we're gonna say if has ended is false, then add end delay equals false. I mean, we can just use slated for deletion, can't we? If slated for deletion is true, and spell sequence end time that has value is false, then we're gonna say spell sequence end time equals effect current time plus end delay. And then we're gonna say slated for deletion equals false. And then this will take over after that. So basically what this means is that, and I don't necessarily have a use for this, but I figured it would be nice to have in case. Basically what this means is that instead of setting a determined duration for the spell, I can instead set a delay from after the last object is deleted. That way, instead of having to tweak in a more like rigid and static manner, I can just say that the delay after the spell is finished is just 20 ms or 20 frames, and then that's just that. And then even if I change the spell after that, that's then just gonna dynamically adjust itself based on the length of the animations. And I think that's much smarter than having a static length. But I think a static length could have its place as well. Because it depends. Because a spell like a barrier creates a persistent effect that follows your character around. And because that exists, we can't end the sequence when all of the effect objects are deleted. Like if you cast Cyrus Gaze, it summons laser beams from the sky, and then when they're done, they just delete themselves, and then when they're all deleted, the effect deletes itself. And in that scenario, we can just use a delay after, or like how long the effect waits until it deletes itself. But in terms of the barrier, it needs to have a static value for how long the sequence should last before it just continues and the static effect remains, but it's removed from the combat sequence. Oh, my neck hurts. I need to pee. Oh. Boy. My shoulder hurts. This could be okay. Barrier needs a spell sequence end time, that's fine. like that. I think maybe I should rework lighting to work like this instead. I'm not sure. At least partially. There's a new technique called CAGI, which stands for Cellular Automata Global Illumination, that's going around. And I think that could be good. At least to some degree. It basically means that you propagate light in the same way you would propagate water, with using cellular automata, where it kind of checks its neighbors and then it spills over a certain amount into that neighbor, and then it kind of spreads out like that. That way you can get some bounce light going as well. But I'm not sure. But because it could be very easy to use. Like I made the system that we have in a way where there's like time and there's a sun. The sun can move based on the time, but we're not gonna have real time in the game. Like it's not gonna progress like that. I can't think of a single scenario where that's going to be relevant. I mean, if it's useful, then we'll use it, but I really doubt that it will be. But it still lets us set like the time of day for every sequence by just changing the time. But because the time would be static, that means that the sun won't really move. And since it doesn't really move, I can use this kind of light propagation technique, because it's really just like water. If you look at like my Terraria water or something, the water will eventually reach a final destination, and the light would be the same. It would, because the light would traverse instantly, so you would just have to calculate it in one frame if something changes. And after that, you just have like a light map that shows you where the light is, and then you just read it. And that way you don't have to keep ray tracing as much. I mean, you probably would, because the ray tracing is needed in order to get like direct shadows for characters. So this would be more like a way to get light to shine in through a door where the light isn't necessarily directly striking the door, but like it strikes the voxels outside, and that would mean that the light would spill a little bit out in the nearby directions, and it would like blur the shadows a bit. But it's not useful everywhere either, because that's not really a thing outdoors. Shadows don't really blur that much from light bounce. It just makes the shadow brighter, because there's so much global illumination and so much bounce light that it doesn't create blurring, it just makes the entire shadow brighter. But when you have like a door, that's when you'll get this kind of effect of it kind of spilling in a bit, I think. At least I think so. I'm not sure if that would be entirely accurate. Ooh. This is unnecessary. We don't want to do that. We're not going to keep going for that much longer. I'm just trying to push it. I hate ending early just because I can't think anymore. But, you know, sometimes, like, what can you do? But I'm gonna try to fix this if I can. Let's see if at least like Gravity Blast works now. And by work, I mean doesn't crash. Sarah's case is still bugged. We don't need to do that. I think that's the bug there. It was adding... they were being added to this combat sequence objects, which they should not be. Only the effect itself should be added to the list. And it was being done twice. Targeted objects should also not be added. I'm gonna delete some stuff here. Clean it up. And here, magic number. This should be changed to a variable. Huh? Yeah, this is wrong. This should be effect current time. And this should also be changed. No? Well, how does this even work? Now we need to add public float. Startup delay. Yeah, we just need this here. Like that. Something along those lines should be fine. I think there should be a return here. Maybe we can add... We've got startup delay. And then what should we say here? We should say... what's the opposite of a delay? Expedite. Hmm. Dim, clear, advance, and time. I don't know, this is bullshit. I'll be honest. Oh my god, this is so complicated. So basically what this is meant to do is that if a spell has a certain duration that the sequence lasts, this is supposed to set when the darkening effect is supposed to begin clearing. I kind of think it shouldn't necessarily work like that, but I think it should, kind of, potentially. Because what I am doing is I have like a sequence where I have a queue with a bunch of dimming color targets that will set the background and all of the objects to be dimmed to a certain degree. And that's so that I can alter how darkly everything is dimmed based on what the animation is doing. So that if it like is meant to shine brighter at certain points, then the background becomes darker, because that will also make it feel like it's brighter. Yeah. This is pretty much the end of the line today. We can see what happens. Oh, fuck. That's why. That's why. They have to be... They have to be added. Fuck me. Okay. Objects need to be added to the effect, to the combat sequence list, otherwise they will render dimmed. So it has to be that way. Hello, Gila. Working on a turn-based RPG. Right now I'm working on fixing my spell effects so that they work properly. Those 3 spells are the only ones I have really, so let's just do that. And then we need to say... This is kind of wrong. Here we say effect stage 1. Both of these are effect stage 1. I don't think there's any reason. Or should these... Should they update beforehand? I think maybe. Yeah. If we set this to greater than or equal to 1, I think it might work. And then we're gonna say for effect object list dot count if main controller dot combat sequence objects dot contains effect object list I, then combat sequence objects dot remove effect object list. Does it need to be done here? I don't think I need to. Do I need to do this at all? I don't think so. Because the effect it's gonna be deleted here. Right? Destroy, because we're gonna do destroy effect in here. Effect object list destroy OS. Combat sequence objects remove. It's not that simple. No. No, it's fine. I just need to think. My brain is cooked. I know how to do it, I just need to get there. Basically, If effect current time is greater than spell sequence end time, then yeah, here, this is where we need to do it. So basically, if a spell is a temporary effect, then it can just play, and then when the spell finishes playing, then the effect will destroy itself, because the effect objects or the effect components have finished playing and have marked themselves as has ended. And when they have all ended, the effect will mark itself as has ended, and then the effect will be destroyed, and destroying the effect calls destroy object on all of its containing components, or all its objects rather. And then the destroy object call will remove the objects from everything, and that includes the combat sequence list, which controls what is part of combat at the moment. But if it's a persistent effect like a barrier, then the effect and the objects need to not be destroyed. But then when the combat sequence has ended, because we have a static time that it is allowed to last, then the objects and the effect need to be removed from the combat sequence object and combat sequence effects lists in order for combat to proceed and in order for them to render properly when other spells are being cast later. So that's what needs to happen there. And I feel like that should be fine. Oh, maybe. Let's see if the game agrees. We start with barrier. I haven't cast barrier in a while, so I don't know if it actually works anymore. It does. It isn't entirely correct. Here we're adding, we have effect objects. We also need to do this. The targeted object is added there. And then we need to say in play effect. We also have to say where we are clearing this here. We also have to say if target object is not equal null, then if the list contains the target object, then we remove that too. Let's try again. just happened? I think I might know. There was a little jank there. Barrier is an instant spell, I think. No. Yes, it is. Oh, I only fixed one barrier spell. There are two. Well, kind of. I'm adding... Targeted this is barrier. Targeted objects are added. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna add this. Spells need to have the caster added to the combat sequence properly. And that's kind of it. Because right now, the target is being added, but the caster becomes dimmed when they're casting. And I could add that just as part of the spell itself, but I feel like it would be better off if the spell casting system just handled that on its own. Like here in the combat phase set. And it was like that, but I've moved it out. So now we do combat phase set casting if the action to trigger is using a casting animation. We also added targets, but that's kind of wrong. Dual transition. Wait, what? There, casting. Combat sequence object dot add. Then we do spell casting finish. And it has to be added here. And then in the effects themselves, we also need to say if source object, and remove source object. Final launch for today. She's bugged as hell. Because the spell plays out instantly. In a way where the combat sequence continues. This spell isn't added to the sequence list. What about this one? Yeah, that wasn't either. Holy shit. Alright, well that's it for today. I'm gonna go eat, and then I have some other things to do. Oh, my brain. Yeah, so I didn't manage to get the effects to work properly, but it's very close. I think it's just a matter of setting some variables correctly, like spell sequence end time and stuff like that. Making sure that the effect removes the effect needs to add everything that needs to be added to the combat sequence lists properly, and then it needs to remove it properly at the end of its lifespan. And the object needs to be added when it begins casting, because the world is going to dim and darken when the spell casting begins, but the spell itself isn't really spawned until later on in the casting animation. Therefore, the spell itself can't really handle it unless I rework things more, which I'd rather avoid. So the casting sequence will start it, and the spell will end it when it is over. That's the idea. But I think some values here are just kind of fucked. Not all spells have spell sequence end time. And whatnot, so either way. Until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.